You're all currently around the dig site. Having just watched the bandit captain pop. The bodies of the others around you remain intact. You're free to act as you wish.
Skarn just got taken away too, right?
Correct, thank you for reminding me to remove his token. However, none of you saw how that transpired. Only Skarn saw the figure involved in his abduction, the rest of you didn't even see him poof. And yes, the scrolls seemed like trap-based shatter spells. As if something would activate them.
What's a shatter spell?
A spell that shatters its target. Usually an object.
Oh, the literal meaning. Okay.
An HM.
Sometimes. Okay.
Well, great job, everybody, killing these bandits. I think we deserve to celebrate. Hey,
Roll a
where's
perception
Skarn?
check, Rose.
Did anybody see where Skarn went?
Whose token is that in the bottom left?
You remember Rose about where his position was. And find a small shiny rock on the ground. The shiny rock Dulad gave Skarn as a gift. What do you mean, Sean? Can you ping? There is no
forgot
one
the
in the
button.
bottom left.
I think he means the person below me.
Just hold left click, that's Rishnag.
Okay.
Yes you do, Rose, that's why I shared it.
So.
Huh, that rock Dulad gave him is on the ground where he was just a few moments ago.
Rose, you can add shiny rock to your inventory.
I'm kind of concerned that Skarn just disappeared without a trace. Anybody see a sign of him?
Roll a survival check, Rose. Ziggy, roll a Constitution saving throw. Rose, you find several of Skarn's distinguishable footprints. But they're just in the area around you, as you'd expect since you saw him fighting with you.
There's no footprints leading out. Where'd it go?
Ziggy, you take 1 point of lung damage as you forget to inhale before you scream. I said it in the recap, Baymax. You took Rishnag with you because you identified her as the rage mentioned in the prophecy.
Well, perhaps Skarn went back to the town without us.
The rage?
Rishnag has been in the campaign since Session 1.
I remember who they
There's
are.
no footprints.
Well, where do you think he went?
If I knew, I wouldn't be asking.
Ziggy, you actually recall specifically that Skarn has yet to move a full 30 feet in a combat turn.
Skarn doesn't seem like the type to just ignore something interesting. And I'm pretty sure someone falling apart at the seams because they mentioned a ladder and the skull is pretty interesting.
Who fell apart?
Your mechanical servant is next to you, Dulad. Rishnag slaps her hands and returns to her gentle side, saying, "So is everyone alright? Anyone need healing?" Molly, roll a charisma check with advantage. Actually,
Yeah, Rishnag, I could use a little
We
healing. I
can't
think my
find
friend
Skarn,
burnt.
Rishnag.
an animal handling with advantage.
My back is still a little tinged from Skarn's wayward fire spell, so yeah, Rishnag, I could use a little healing.
I have some salve that could help with that Loxi.
Maybe he was just too embarrassed about burning me and left.
Loxi, you regain 6 hit points as Rishnag walks over to you and hums a ditty with the cure wounds. Ziggy, roll a perception check. Rishnag scratches her head at you. "Molly, I feel like I should hold back on casting too many spells considering we still have the ladder to check out." Molly, Pumpleton walks over to. Here. And makes some bizarre croaky sniffing sounds. Dulad, you find a table. There's some various bits and bobs, nothing of interest. You find a copper coin that might have been used for heads and tails or something.
Is it one of those my back was turned and just okay? Just making sure. So I'm so confused on why we're looking.
Molly, you heal 4 health from Rose. Pumpleton is just sniffing. It sounds a bit like a creaky doorway, but with wind going through. Roll again, then Dulad.
You're a piece of shit.
You find 3 more copper, really basic. Nothing of interest here. No notes, etc.
The last thing I said was that I thought he left.
Rishnag looks at as you say that and says, maybe I upset him?
Oh,
Yeah, you're right. It's unlikely he just disappeared into thin air or somewhere quickly, but I don't know where he could have gone.
You find a mug of ale and a loaf of bread with a caterpillar on it, Dulad. Anyone who wants to try and find Skarn can roll perception.
I don't know, Molly. Something's not right here.
Molly. You found him. He's right there. How could you guys miss it? He's sleeping again. Straight ahead, to the west of the map. You must adjust a sway MD, it was a rock earlier. Loxi. You look where Molly points. That's just a rock. It's not Skarn.
Molly, I don't think that's Skarn specifically. It might be one of his relatives, but I don't think that's our Skarn. That just kind of looks like a rock. Maybe we can call out to it and see if he comes. Skarny boy! Skarn, Skarn!
you gotta mimic his voice.
Dulad and Rose, you take a look around, and combined together have searched the outside by the tables and the inside where he was. You are certain on one thing. Wherever he went, it wasn't mundane causes. He didn't just move there normally. Something arcane, or worse, is involved. Meaning mundane tracking isn't going to work.
This seems magical. Dulad, you're pretty good with that, yeah.
The rock moves, Molly. Because you moved it. It's a rock. LOL. Dulad's eyes glow blue again. Dulad, over the past few days you've been quiet amongst the party. But something else happened. As a recap, in case you didn't read the session recaps, you ended up submerged in a Feywild pond.
I did write that down.
and can turn a random limit will whenever you want invisible. Or just one specific body part. This time,
Says I'm not following you.
rather than your eyes staying blue,
What's
they disappear entirely. You can still see just fine. But to everyone else, it's open sockets. As the ritual continues and you cast Detect Magic, you hear a voice. A voice as cold as the depths of the abyss. Yet as burning with rage as the flames of hell. An otherworldly voice you've never heard before. It chills you to its spine. And it speaks not just to you, but through you, to the entire party. And you all hear. From this terrifying vocal nightmare. Hello, you've come through to Detect Magic. Please press 1 if you'd like to investigate the general R, press 2 if you'd like to investigate a specific item. For more options, press 3.
What the fuck?
Dulad, you okay?
You have chosen option, confusion. For more context, all you see is Dulad's mouth moving on its own. Dulad, you have no control. Still eyeless.
Talk even though I don't have control.
I am the Detect Magic spell. It is in my nature to assist you. Should you not need assistance, I will have to abruptly conclude you have chosen option 1. There's an arcane shimmer around Dulad. And his eyes come back. And then roll out. And roll to the ground, straight forward. Near Pumpleton. To the bucket in the corner. Magic located. Please hold as we pass through to an advisor. Holding. holding. 5 minutes goes by.
I see what's happening here.
6. And then you hear. Alright, let's see here from what sounds like an elderly masculine voice. Some sort of transmutative properties. Or a conjuration perhaps? Very peculiar. This is magic beyond what the Feywild, that's for sure. Possibly some sort of containment or summoning tool, located within what the mundane folk refer to as a booklet. Very peculiar indeed. Yep, definitely something living either in or under that thing. It's stairway. Analysis, complete. And Dulad's eyes roll back up, his body and plop back into his sockets with a thwomp sound. They're pristine and clean. Dulad, you have full control again and remember everything that just transpired.
Sweet.
So I guess he's under that area? If we can trust whatever just happened.
I mean, I'm a little hesitant to trust some talking eyeballs that left my friend's face, but I don't think that's the weirdest thing I've seen today, so sure, let's check it out.
Grishnag and Wiseacre and Rhine all turn to you as you say that Loxi and say ditto.
These are strange times we're living in.
All three nod in sync. Do you move the bucket? You said you did, so yeah. Roll me an intelligence saving throw.
Even with the modifier of 6. Sheesh.
The bucket moves. You shoveling? Nope, by you. You move the bucket.
Tận hố đây này. It's got to go into those holes.
Roll me an athletics check. With disadvantage. You make absolutely zero progress. A rat could have shoveled more dirt.
Well, I'm exhausted. Anyone else want to try?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I'm big and strong. Pass that shovel over here.
You gonna shovel, Loxi?
Oh yeah.
Roll me an intelligence saving throw and an athletics check. You manage to shovel through the dirt. A while passes, Wiseacre even gives you a hand. And you both conclude there's nothing here.
I don't think there's anything here, guys.
Well, I guess we have nowhere else to go but down the tunnel in the dragon's skull.
Rishnag claps her hands and says we still should check out the bandits too. Could be from Timberhold. Ryan slaps you on the shoulder, Ziggy, and says, that's my kinda gnome. And gets to checking out the one over here. What are Loxi and Rose doing at this time? Ziggy, roll me an investigation check. Dulad, you find nothing. Just another table. Ziggy. The one runs at you, leave to her. And you find one of the shatter-based papers inside the mess of giblets of the exploded bandit. However, when you get to the one at the dragon's skull, you immediately recognize this bandit. This is Enirick, Ellaltas' ex, who was exiled.
Oh no.
The man you also chained to a pole under the Elder's kindling and lured out with illusions.
Mind shift.
Do you loot him? You find a folded piece of paper in his leather pocket. Along with one silver coin. And a small, what looks to be wooden token. Doesn't seem like anything fancy, it's like a carved square of wood with a little depiction of a stick man. Looks like something he might have done when out and alone and bored. Or maybe something for company. Also Loxi, Rose, can you both type what you'll be doing? Ziggy too, given the folded paper.
Oh.
Back. Do Loxi and Rose move from their position?
Yes.
Roll me strength saving throws.
Oh, come on.
Loxi, you take 1 point of falling damage as your cheek hits a rock. Rose, you manage to hold yourself up. You both realize one thing though. You feel very unstable. It's like when you've been sitting on the potty for too long and your legs go weak. It's not so much muscle fatigue but disuse. Come back, yay.
Whoa, my legs feel weak for some reason. You alright, Loxi?
Yeah, I'm fine. My legs feel like they're asleep too. But all that's hurt is my pride.
Well, unfortunately I don't have any medicine for that.
Rishnag walks over and helps you back up, Loxi. Ziggy called out to you all to come over. Roll an Arcana check, Rose. Or medicine check. Arcana it is. You wouldn't usually know. But the fact that it's happening to Loxi to make it very clear to you. the bucket or the soil around it, or something related to it, fucked you two up good. It doesn't seem like a curse because you're aware curses are usually quite identifiable. The stronger the curse, the more obvious it is. So you figure some rest would help. Probably a longer rest than you'd like to take. Molly, you notice Enirick too. And a folded piece of paper in Ziggy's hand.
Whatever just happened to us, Loxi, that seems somehow magical in nature, and I think we'll need to rest for a while to recover from whatever that was. Enirick.
As you say this, Rose, Rishnag, Ryan and Wiseacre hop over. Ryan also has a letter in her hands, unfolded this one though and in an envelope.
All right, Steve.
You all see the same crappy wooden carved token. Ziggy, do you read the letter? Roll me a strength saving throw, normally Rose. You fall over and take 2 points of falling damage. Your little furry cheek hits a bone hard. Ziggy, it's kinda comical. Anyway, the letter you read from Enirick says, the boy knows, the boy knows, the boy knows, the boy not, and is cut off with intangible scribbling.
I'm alright, Molly, thanks for asking.
Ryan hops over to you, Ziggy, and reads it over, then compares it to hers, which is very, very different.
What happened?
Looks like some kind of medical bill or something? From Lap's Garden. That's bloody months away from here. The letter she holds seems like a finely written note, and you can see where she points to a total bill at the bottom. Has that horrible doctor writing on it. No offense, Rose. Wiseacre looks over and says, I probably joined these lot for the pay. But your note there, Ziggy. Now that's the words of a madman. What you all doing?
I decided to just sit down and catch my breath since the doctor told me to rest. I got big ears. I can hear what they're saying all the way over here.
Roll me a straight up intelligence check, Rose. You have no idea. This writing is awful. Is it even in common? You have no clue.
I was gonna see what medical condition they were suffering from, but dang, this is worse writing than my own.
Ryan turns and says, doesn't matter much if he's dead, does it?
Just trying to understand who they were.
She shakes her head. Once you start trying to understand the people you're killing, you'll go crazy. No one hears Dulad. Mostly because he's on the other side of the dig site. And also because he's a very quiet being. Your servant moves ahead of you a bit and hops up and down, making noisy whirring sounds.
And he's in a pickle? Tommy had a drizzle. What did he go and get himself into now?
What are you all doing? You tell me, Rose. Ziggy runs over, assuming it's offering a lift, and hops on. Ziggy, give him a dex save. You manage to ride it like a rodeo bull.
I'll try to stand up. Goes over to Dulad.
It heads back to Dulad. Loxi comes over too. Loxi, give me a strength save with advantage.
Fucking... Oh, there's my strength.
Nat 20. Loxi. You get up, topple forward a bit. Wiseacre runs over and holds you by the stomach and heaves you back up. You shake your head a second. And realize you're cured. Your legs feel better now.
Yay.
You alright? Last question mark 2.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, my boy. Feeling better now. I don't know what came over me.
Dulad, your left pinky finger goes invisible as you try to hold a conversation.
Oh, that's great.
Just as a reminder, the tunnel is still at the dragon's skull for when you all want it. Molly, you come on over and hear all of this. Oh, also, Molly. Please use your journal tab to record your inventory for Pumpleton. Well, your known inventory. Pumpleton walks over to you as you say his name and looks at you, with its lack of eyeballs, in a sorta doggo tilted headway. And you do it from now on though. Actually, Skarn's doggo wolf friend he made is missing too. The undead puppo.
Forgot about him.
So what do you all do?
Waiting for Dulad. He called us over here.
The crowd's waiting for you, Dulad. Also, you can mic if it's faster for you than typing.
Easier to get my thoughts out typing.
Ziggy, the stage is yours. Noticing the silence, Wiseacre calls over and says, "Hey, so are we resting or? 'Cause I don't think whatever's behind this is gonna rest up too."
I'm not going anywhere near that thing.
Damn.
Pompleton whines.
Ice cold.
Yeah, me too.
You go ahead and ask Pompleton if he ate Skarn. Pompleton continues to whine.
I don't think he could have ate Skarn, he's too big.
Pompleton looks offended and opens his mouth wide. As if to say, I totally could have.
Magic. Chest. Endless void.
Only one person can get Pompleton to do anything on command.
Well, if nobody knows where Skarn is, I say we head down into the hold and investigate this area further.
I agree.
Pompleton closes his lid, runs over and leaps into the dragon's skull, vanishing.
I think whatever's down there caused this.
You head on over and look down the skull's ladder-based tunnel. And see Pompleton lodged between the tunnel walls. Stuck in place, blocking the ladder. Looks a bit like this. Roll a perception check, Rose. No traps anywhere. Seems fine. Wiseacre is currently very impatient and waiting at the dragon's skull. He's been looking quizzical and almost seems annoyed at the party. No Dulad. And yeah, easy enough, Molly. You head on down and manage to dislodge one of the small ladder bars to get him to slip down. With a thud he lands, not that big a drop.
Need these ladders.
Ryan and Rishnag head down too. After Molly. Rose, roll a strength saving throw with disadvantage. You fall down the ladder, knocking Ryan and Rishnag with you and hit the bottom. You take 4 points of falling damage. Ryan and Rishnag take the same.
Ow.
Your servant jumps down and lands on a pile of bodies of your allies. You head down too.
I just realized.
Everyone else going down too? Loxi? Loxi, I need an athletics check. You manage to get down the ladder. Whilst avoiding your allies. Because landing on the pile and Dulad's servant would have been very, very bad.
Mm-hmm.
However, as you reach the point of the bottom of the ladder, it snaps. And half the ladder comes down with you, no way back up.
Jesus. Whoops. I don't think I did that.
Think I got everyone.
Rishnag?
Oh right, the NPCs, thank you. There we go.
I keep getting his point.
Oh, I assumed you did too, sorry. So, as you all get down here, new music, yay. Thick dust covers the flagstones of the somber hallway before you. Letting you see footsteps on the ground, where dust has been kicked up with movement. Cobwebs everywhere, with newly lit braziers around. The walls are decorated with faux columns built into them. and things like the copper plating on shields of statues around you have gone green with age. You also see a carving in a wall nearby, which looks much more preserved than the rest. Rose lights a lantern. What would you like to do? Announce before you act.
I'd like to go check out that wall carving.
Would you like to stay here and do it from here, or come closer to it?
I'd like to walk closer.
KK. Roll me a perception check.
Fuck.
As you step forward, a plate beneath you shifts. And you hear a familiar sound, as you heard in the cellar. As a small slit in the wall opens up, and a dart fires out. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Are you joking?
Luckily, the DC for Tuskers is 8. Because thick skin. You manage to stave off the poison embedded in the tip of the dart. But take 3 points of piercing damage. As it leaves the sore sting in your side.
Yeah, I think I'm okay, but I think you guys should watch your step in here.
You gather this place has been prepared for you. Yeah. However, you head on over here and look at the carving in the wall. A large symbol is engraved in the center of the carving. Also wait please everyone. Okay, so real quick. At the moment what's happening is everyone is either really silent and letting people talk, or everyone requests everything at once LOL. So I'm asked that if there is something ongoing, to copy and save your message or keep it in mind for when it's done. If that's okie dokie. Because otherwise I'm gonna lose track of it and you'll feel like I'm ignoring ya. The center of the carving features this crest. And you see the story of the dragon, Uilepheist. You see a carving of it amidst a great ocean in a nest of wood and stone. And you see, Alison, you know this of course from my story, the depiction of Uilepheist arriving once per year during the cold of Fireseek to a village. And warming them via a pyre for over Fireseek, the winter season where the world gets coldest. Known as Bonfire Night. Loxi, roll me a history check. Beautiful. Naturally, with the amnesia from your arrival, it's hard to recall much. But you have an ear for bards. And Rishnag sang a song once, you remember. About Timberhold and Bonfire Night.
Hey.
You gather the legend of Uilepheist is probably more local. For those who haven't read it, the story and the carving show that long ago, Uilepheist had stopped arriving to the village to provide heat on Bonfire Night for Fireseek. And the villagers were concerned. So they sent their elders out across the waves of Danu. And found Uilepheist asleep, under a spell of slumber. As they set up the pyre, in his worry the villagers would go cold, he let out a bellow of flame, but it had been stored up and festering during his slumber from being held too long. In doing so, a cannonade of cataclysmic proportions came out and destroyed the wooden village. And in their anger they accused him of betrayal and malice. He fled as they attacked him with spear and arrow. But felt no anger for the villagers for not trusting him. And instead felt anger for whoever it was that cast the spell in the first place. As he was fleeing, the village's finest hunter struck true. And Uilepheist fell into his nest, leaving a crater in its place, dead. Loxi. Give me an intelligence check with advantage. Advantage because of your history being so high.
Mother. Oh, I pushed the wrong button.
Above 10 will do.
Fucking
Oh, that's even better. Good. So above a 10 would have just gotten you the following. If Uilepheist died in his nest, in the waves of Danu, the ocean. Why the fuck is his body here, above you? Why are his bones in a dig site inland? With a 17, you remember that the only reason you guys went here instead of the baited other dig site is because Molly remembered a song that led to here, whereas Rishnag sang another for a different locale.
cool.
And the idea that one hunter fired a mundane arrow and took down a dragon sounds like complete bullshit. There's no way that part could have happened. The other thing you realize is, without the dragon, they would have died in Fireseek. So how would the village, which seems to be Timberhold, have survived? Your answers lead you to questions. Perhaps stuff to think on later. Rishnag comes next to you, avoiding the pressure plate you activated, and inspects the story with you. She doesn't seem to gather much though, sadly. What's everyone else doing? Roll me 3 investigation checks with advantage, Ziggy. Advantage because Loxi activated one already. What for Rose? Jesus Christ, Ziggy, these rolls are huge. What the fuck? $420 pluses, LOL. Ziggy, you immediately find 2 traps. One has already been destroyed on the statue to the right. The other is on the left, still intact on the statue. The copper-plated shields Dulad are by the statues. The traps seem to be motion-activated arcane types. You only notice them due to your familiarity with Fey Arcana, Ziggy. Alrighty. Roll an investigation check. Ziggy, roll Thieves' Tools if you wanna try and deactivate the actual statue one. Dulad, the copper shield is very old, seems like a mess. Ziggy, with a 9 you attempt to pick at the lock and realize there's no way a physical lockpick is gonna handle this. Need something arcane. You manage to avoid triggering it with careful deftness though. You can roll an Arcana if I'd like. Seems like an alert spell. This is essentially a ye-old motion detecting alarm. You gather if anyone moves too fast, it'll go off. After a certain point, you can probably get by if everyone is slow and steady. And I mean everyone. Does anyone have dispel magic? Then none of you believe you can deactivate it.
Unfortunately, I'm not all that good with magic, so I wouldn't know how.
Pompleton completely ignores you, Ziggy. It seems almost like Pompleton is sulking. You know when you don't give a dog attention, or take away its favorite toy. That's what you're essentially seeing. Pompleton comes on over to you, Molly. Opens his mouth. And emerging from within, a shiny gray rock appears. About hand-sized, not Skarn-sized though. Seems to be a gift. He spits it at your feet and closes and sits next to you. Add a shiny rock to your inventory. Pompey turns his butt to Zaz and listens to you, Molly. Ziggy. Try now. You have to click the lock icon in top right of character sheet inventory. Also, Ziggy requested you check with Pompleton on Ziggy's rock idea. Nope. Is tiny rock. So what's the plan? Actually, you immediately see the opposite rows. You see the dusty carpet with footprints in the dust ahead and a dim flickering light. And to the left of right of the braziers there's enough space for people to hide, even Loxi if she wanted. Roll me an intelligence check, Rose. You know for a fact you could ambush someone here. But the missing info is: how do you get them to come? Rose, you believe the best way to make people come here is to scream loudly. Ideally by impersonating one of the bandits, maybe Enirick. Like you guys did with the minor illusions before. Maybe if you do that to scream loudly they'll all come here on alert and assuming it's something dumb. Yeah, it's typical old British bloke. The kind of guy that drinks tea with diet digestives, yet with 10 sugars in the tea.
Okay guys, I have an idea. Oi mate, there be some blokes up here fooking around with the dig site, we need some ELP.
Rose begins to shout. Does anyone react? You hear a clanking in the distance. Roll me a performance check, Rose.
I was impersonating Enirick, so they'll come out and we can ambush them.
With disadvantage. Stay away if you know what's good for you. You hear someone call from the distance. There's so much shuffling. A clank of metal. And you hear about 3 sets of footsteps walking towards the group. Everyone roll initiative at disadvantage.
Says there's no active combat.
Now. And yeah, disadvantage since Rose decided to yell before preparing LOL.
Looks like it doesn't. Yeah, it won't let me roll a second time. Zaz, you just click on the initiative to the left of your strength.
Wait. Okay, so. Everyone roll a 1d20 plus your dex modifier. Twice. You can do 2d22. Instead of 1d20. Servant is same as yours, Dulad. Sadly, I can't edit these. Okay, wait. Those are low enough, so we'll go with that. Don't roll. KK. So. As Rose yells into the open. You hear the sliding of stone. As coffins to the left and right of you open. In your current locations, the sounds are all you have. Meaning Molly. We begin initiative with you hearing Rose scream, say it's a plan where you prepare ambush, and being absolutely flabbergasted she decided to alert people before you prepared the ambush. It's your turn. Yes. It's your turn. Everyone try to think about what you want to do on your turn before it's your turn so we can keep it snappy. Because we had to do it automated because I don't have time to set up a disadvantage macro and this session has been very slow already, so I'm trying to keep the pace going with automation. Loxi. Oh, I should note, Rose would have moved up. Given the context. And Oki. Do you stay there? Any action usage? Nope. Make a shot at disadvantage. Due to half cover. More than half cover, but you get the point. Meet it beats it, your shot lands. However, you immediately notice your foe is an undead. And watch the arrow bounce off the ribcage. You gather it still did damage. But probably not as much as you wanted. It's like trying to chop down a tree by stabbing it in the center. Eventually you'll get it, but yee. Is that your turn? If so, click in turn. Pompleton has separate initiative, but he's listened. You hear more clattering further. Ryan goes. and walks up to you and covers your back, keeping an action ready. Ziggy, you're up.
Oh, it's back.
Is that minor illusion? Do you stay in place? KK. Where do you hide though? 'Cause you can't just hide into carpet unless you go under it. Which you can if you want. It's not your turn yet. KK. You hear a flurry of footsteps further in. And a voice shout, "Don't you move a muscle, kid." Rishna goes. And yells Rose, "What the fuck?" and pelts forward in a rage. As she runs, she turns back to you, Loxi, and yells, "We'll figure out the carving another time, keep her safe, the fucking daft rabbit." And gives you inspiration, Loxi.
Nice.
Click this button here. Dulad, you're up.
Could I make my entire body disappear, or it only has to be a part?
Apart.
Okay. I want to make my head disappear.
You are now headless, Dulad.
Yes!
That's your bonus action.
Does that mean it stays throughout the entire combat?
Possibly.
Yeah. Risking.
You are not exactly experienced with this new power yet.
I mean, one way to
You
get
have
experience.
an action and movement left. What's next? What's the plan? Ziggy is hiding in front of you.
I can command my servant, yes?
You can freely, yes, act with your turn.
I want to command my servant to turn off that goddamn lantern that's still on for us. Sorry, I'm a little triggered.
Rose roll in athletics with disadvantage. Rose, you are knocked prone and your lantern is extinguished.
God damn.
You are covered in water, again. Ow. That'll cost all of your movement to get up on your turn. Dulad, is that you done?
Where'd I go? Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Ziggy, roll a stealth check. Molly. You take 7 points of piercing damage. As the skeleton runs at you with shocking speed and skewers you in the hip. Fucking bastard. Doesn't seem to notice Ziggy though. You hear more steps in the distance. Zacker's next. He immediately runs to give Rishnag a hand. Pulls out a small glass bottle.
You gonna drink? Fucking alcoholic?
Rips at the top of its cork, which seems to have something white fabricsy attached to it. Holds it out forward to Rishnag, who readied her action. And casts a small cantrip. The fabric lights, and he throws it forward. It arcs and you hear a scream as a man atop the stairs lights up. All you can see is the flame over the staircase. But seems like this little Molotov combo they have did something good. Loxi, you hear shuffling to your left. Roll me an athletics check with advantage. "17, very good. In the pitch dark you hear a skeleton run up to you. Now dark because of the lantern being turned off. And feel a bony grip grab onto you as you manage to push it away to the ground. Seemed like it was trying to grapple you. Rose. Two checks plus your prone. Check 1. Intelligence check. Almost a 20 liters OL. Oop liters.
That makes no sense. Oh, I know why. There's a number.
But yeah, that'll do it. You immediately know that the wall next to you is an illusion from Ziggy. Now second roll. Strength saving throw. Ooh. There it is. As you get up using half your movement, you feel that curse from earlier kick in. And manage to stave it off, with a nat 20 like Loxi had. You're cured from the curse. Only 15 speed though, remember. You have action and a bonus action left.
I'm sorry.
Roll me a stealth check. With disadvantage. Roger, 16 it is. You're as stealthy as can be. Now Pumpleton. Who following Molly's words will stay close. And goes for an attack on the skeleton. Misses entirely sadly. Loxi, you're up.
Okay.
Just to clarify, you can't see jack shit, yeah?
That's correct. I can't see a single fucking thing. I can't even see some of my party members.
Yee, lantern was turned off by Dulad.
Okay, well, considering that I can't see anything, and remembering that a skeleton tried to grab me, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Thunderwave, which is my AoE that emanates from out from me, and hope that that does some good.
That's very clever. Roll your damage.
Ugh, I meant to place it directly on top of me, but clicked the wrong button.
Dulad, what do you mean? Dulad, you should be able to. You have dark vision.
I don't see Dulad token, but I see the servant.
Totem, I can see it. Yeah, you're to the rig Huffit, below Ziggy. Rose. Roll me a DC 14 Constitution saving throw.
I don't know if you heard me, but I meant to cast this directly on top of me, like it's supposed to be. I just clicked at the wrong spot.
Oh.
It's an AoE that emanates out from my body.
Yeah,
I can't
that'll
actually
still
place it.
reach Rose, but yeah, good to know, thank you. I'll try and remember that. Rose, you take 6 points of thunder damage and are knocked 10 feet away. The skeleton, however, under your Thunderwave, completely crumples. And whilst you can't see it, you hear a groan and bones go flying around the area in different locations. Definitely fucked it up dead.
Huh?
That's one down already and an unconscious bunny too. Molly, you're up.
There I am. I see.
Also just checking everyone is remembering to tick off their health losses, etc. And yeah, I added you, Dulad. And remember to take off spell slots too, forgot to mention that. No, you don't notice Molly from there. Mostly because you're under threat. You're up though. Okie.
Skeletor. Oof.
Your blade goes right between its rib cage. Missing.
Pokemon?
Pompleton growls. The clattering of bones grows closer. Ryan uses her readied action. And hits the incoming skeleton for 3 points of damage just as it arrives to flank and shiv you with a pair of dual blades, Molly. That's 4 damage to you, Molly. As one blade hits in your shield, but the other gets your shield arm. Ryan goes ahead and turns and casts a Ranger Cure Wounds on you for 6 points of healing. Ziggy, you're up. That's sneak attack plus advantage, I believe. Jesus H. Christ.
Pretty good.
Even with it being a skeleton, you completely ravage it. Rather than trying to pierce. You pull back and whack it with the hilt of your blade in the skull. caving it with a leap attack. It falls into the corner in a pile of bones and sinew. A flaming cultist appears down the stairs. Thanks to the flame from the cocktail, I believe Loxi can see too. Ironically, LOL.
I can.
It runs past the half-orc and fighter, and goes to the unconscious rabbit, raising its blades high.
Better not.
He shall have blood. Loxi, you fail one death saving throw.
What?
Loxi's dead.
Sorry. Rose fails one death saving throw as she gets stabbed by the robed flaming figure. Rishnag does not take her attack of opportunity. Rishnag's turn. Turning around and seeing you knocked down, she howls. You're all from Timberhold, every last one of you, and when I find which house you came from, I'll bury you in its garden using your fucking corpse as a shovel, you traitorous scum. The robed figure seems shaken by her words, unknown as to what further effect her words had just yet. As a bonus action, she heals you 2 points, Rose. You are conscious and prone. Wiseacre gets slashed at by one skeleton and completely dodges it. And retaliates, taking inspiration from Ziggy with a hilt attack. For 3 points of bludgeoning damage. Rose, you're up. Well, you're down. But it's your turn.
When you're up and you're down.
That's 15 speed.
And you're go yes to your no. And you're out.
No one's hurting too bad to your notice at the moment, but it's hard to really tell given you've just gained consciousness. You look down and surprisingly your glasses are intact, though your nose hurts since you landed on your back for the most part. You still have an action and bonus action. There's a robed figure in front of you and Rishnag too. That's your action. As you move through the illusionary wall, the figure immediately knows it's fake. And Oki. That's your turn?
Nice.
Nicely. All done? In turn. Pompleton on his turn obeys the command he was given and runs over to the skeleton and eats the body as instructed. The one that Ziggy knocked out. There is now an armed skeleton within Pompleton. He turns back to Molly and lets out a wooden smile of pride. Even bigger smile at Zig's protest. Molly, you're up.
Evil bitch.
No, it's my turn. Okay, I'm gonna move over next to this flaming guy and fuck his ass up.
As you run past the statue, a loud alarm sound goes off. It's like a siren. And the robed figure yells. Yeah, we fucking know you, useless statue. You have an action and bonus.
I'm gonna use my
Very
action to
nice.
fuck his world up. And then for my bonus action, I want to use Bardic Inspiration on Molly.
You immediately realize he's most definitely not a skeleton, as you feel like you probably just cost him a kidney. And Molly, make sure to mark inspiration using the inspiration button. Dulad, that says we had to replace your token since I wasn't told you vanished. You'll have to settle with a 7. Which is good enough. If it was 8 before. Molly, your turn with inspiration. Dulad, I'll give you a second action next turn.
Okay.
Um, do I not know how much damage I did?
Sorry, I'm confused. What do you mean?
Do we know how much damage we deal to enemies?
It says it in the chat.
Got it.
Piercing.
5. And then I tell you if there's something making it less.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
Oh, do you mean your character?
No, I was just being dumb. Sorry.
You're fine. Just checking I'm not misunderstanding. Doesn't make you dumb, you crumpet. Say that again and I'll beat you up. With respect.
Alright, I left an inch of your life. It was out of respect.
Completon, let's add a croaking arf. "13 again, Medic beats it.
Yay.
But just like your last 13, it's a low roll of piercing. It hits, it deals damage, but it definitely feels like the skeleton doesn't really give a fuck. Turn done? The skeleton bu-stabbed goes. And hearing your command turns to Pumpleton and strikes. Pumpleton quite literally opens its mouth, presents his tongue, and his thick muzzle completely negates the skeleton's blades. What a show off!
I don't know whether to be disturbed.
Ryan is next and takes a shot at the one next to Loxi. The arrow goes sailing off into the darkness and she curses bugger it all. Ziggy, you're up. Fuck him up.
Oh shit! This guy's world is rocked.
After Loxi stabs him, he yells, "Ow my kidney, you fucking WHO," and is cut off. As Ziggy leaps up, decapitates him. His head falls to the floor in the middle of O. Just a rolling O face. And he crumples to the ground before you. Rishnag turns on her heel and goes for the skeleton next to Wiseacre. And on a nat 20. Reaches forward.
Damn.
Grabs a rib from its ribcage. Rips it out. And caves its skull in with its own rib. Dulad, you're up. 2 actions.
You know what to do? What's still alive?
North of you.
I guess I'll be mundane.
Nothing wrong with mundane.
But I wanted to do something. And it's fun. It's whatever.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with saving Molly.
LOL.
But it was interesting. And now everything went to shit with the skip tour. Alright.
2 actions. Use them as you want.
Guess I'll have a little bit of fun.
You headless fuck. Dulad has a good head on his shoulders most of the time. Your unnamed servant leaps up and bounces on the crumpled body of the misogynistic cultist and bounces back to you.
I did take it
Oh.
away.
I forgot to mention. I'm giving you advantage.
Ah!
Simply because of the turn skip situation, even if it's not my fault.
No, it's a stupid program.
So just do another normal attack, and then one at advantage.
So to be correct here, I'm rolling thrice. In total?
So you roll another attack normally, since you already did one normal. And then click attack again and click advantage instead of normal.
Okay. I got you.
So the first shot is a miss.
That was a
Now attack
normal.
again with advantage. For your
Advantage.
second action. That's more like it.
Hey.
As I said, 13 meet it beats it. Six damage, piercing though, and the bolt lands in its skull, sticking out like a dart on a dartboard. It seems dazed. Wiseacre is up. And on a nat 1.
Oh god.
Trips over the skeleton's bones and falls to the floor. Rose, you're up. Hiding behind a pillar. Two long ears poke out. Like antennae. Molly's a little bit beaten up, you can see a little mark where her sleeve was torn on her shield arm. Otherwise people are doing pretty well. Rose. I need a wisdom saving throw. Loxi. I need you to tell me. Honestly. Would you be looking at Rose at all during this fight? Rishnag told you to, but do you actually care? Does Loxi care about Rose to a point she'd be concerned if she lost sight of her?
Definitely would be concerned if that happened.
KK. Rose, you get an inspiration die plus another wisdom saving throw.
Fuck.
It's okay because the first one is higher. So 13
God.
plus inspiration. 1d6.
Yay!
6.
Huge.
We love to see it.
There's a brief moment. A brief moment where you feel a pang of guilt almost. Where Rose almost wished she'd seen people struggling more without her help. For a brief moment you felt unneeded. Until Loxi turns and sees you coming from behind the pillar. Holds out an arm. And feeling inspired you grasp it.
Yay.
Loxi, give me an athletics with advantage. Perfect. Rose, you thought she was showing camaraderie. But no, Loxi was trying to get you into action. As you grab her arm, she grabs yours. Pulls you into her. And using the momentum, tosses you across the arena. Into Molly's side. You get pushed through all the bodies and party members. Nop.
It was a gentle toss.
Land into Molly's back rather than shield. And are able to make a heal. Just as a note, Mental health will be a factor in this campaign given our pre-campaign session 0. Meaning if Loxi didn't help here, Rose would have been in a slump.
Oh, we don't want that.
So I'm letting you know about that as an open DM to players. This is a mechanic. I will respond camaraderie with rewards.
Yay.
Molly, you heal 4. That's Rose's turn though. Humpleton. Turns to Molly to make sure this is what she wants. As he opens his mouth aimed at the skeleton. He pushes forward and completely encapsulates the skeleton, devouring it whole. Combat over.
Nice.
Rishnag's rage ends. And she looks around and in an effeminate voice asks, "So my goodness, is anyone hurt?" Humpleton lets out several heavy lid slams in excitement like a dog smacking its tail on the floor. And then stops, pauses, retreats from you, Molly, and opening its lid. Lets out a gassy croaky belch.
A little, but I'll be okay. Take care of the others first.
I have a minor wound, but I think I'm okay. Definitely attend to anybody else if they have major wounds.
She walks over to you and tilts her head and says, "Oh, you poor thing, look at you." And restores 1 health. Rose. Which, to be fair, is an 1/8 of your health, LOL. Dulad. As you say this, everyone in the room looks at you.
I don't really know. All I know is that it went flying.
And immediately in anxiety your head returns and your left arm vanishes.
Oh, what the heck? With great power comes great responsibility.
Also just to see a check. Does anyone have to go soon? Servant whirs positively. KK. Just wanted to check. Yeah, with combat over. Everyone take a quick 5 minutes break. Stretch your limbs, visible or not. Get water. Back to the D&DS.
Not all the time.
So. Combat's over. A staircase is for you. One way or another we got past the alarm.
Hey I'm sorry Dulad, that was all my fault. I should have talked my plan over instead with you instead of yelling out. I could have gotten everyone hurt.
Rishna gives you a hug, Rose. She stinks of sweat.
Don't worry, Rose, it's fine. We're all adventurers here. We're looking out for each other. Although I still don't know how you got hurt. That's a mystery.
As she comes forward she says, wait, shh, hang on. Hear that? Wow, Sally did that, shh, real good. Wow, that's so good. Shh.
I get a...
Oh my god. I love that. Shh. But yeah. You go quiet and listen. And hear sobbing ahead. Up the staircase. Molly, what do you see?
Bear, brown bear, what do you see?
Is someone hurt, Molly?
A faint whisper. Can be heard amidst the candle flicker and dust before you, Molly. Quietly heard between the sobbing of the village elder's adopted son Tor. And you hear a whisper. Cunning and rage will come too. And another whisper to the right. What once was illusion shall come true.
Ooh.
Faint black tendrils circle Tor before you. Rishnag calls up with the others. Molly, what's going on up there? And Wiseacre heads up to check, Ryan and Rishnag following. Do you all go up too? First I'll move so you can see. And you see Tor turn to face you all. Now Tor, when you first met him. In fact, the first person you met as a party. The little boy who came running from Timberhold up the hill. Crying over taters. His skin was usually quite tanned, but you notice he looks pale beyond compare. You can see purplish bruising around his face. No sign of blood, but lots of black spots and bruises. His hair looks disheveled and torn at spots. And his face features streaks of marks from tears. And he looks up at you at the party. Murmurs something amidst the whispers. Takes out a knife from the ground beneath him. And slices off his middle finger.
No! No!
He screams in anguish. As you see bursts of black erupt around the candles. One by one. Black pulses out from each. And the candles are extinguished. Tor rolling on the ground between them, Rishnag screams in rage as Ryan gouges for any more enemies incoming.
necrotic mist returns.
A moment passes in the darkness. Those of you in dark vision can just see gray movement. And the candles all flicker back on. Tor is lifeless in the center, with a cloud of black smoke billowing out. And you see the large creature you fought in the cellar appear. Larger. Billowing larger and larger. Encompassing the entire ring around Tor. Until its bipedal structure splits. And elongates from the back. Growing another pair of legs. Its arms disappearing upwards, forming a large snout. And a wolf made of pure shadow, 10 feet wide and 20 feet tall, appears before you, reaching the ceiling of the catacomb. Tor beneath its body unmoving, bleeding from his hand. It snarls, letting out a growl, looking across you all. And you all hear a voice. Cold as ice say. Whom of you would bow before the champion of the great beast? It looks you all over, waiting. Loxi goes bananas. The nameless dreamer? It snarls in a chuckleish manner. We are under the bones of a deity, a dragon beyond compare. And you're here to spout fiction? Its fangs reveal from under its shadowy jaw. White razor-sharp bone between the black smoke. It bears them at you, Loxi, before licking its chops. Faith in fiction makes for weak meat. Do the rest of you refuse to bow? Roll me a religion check, Loxi. We'll remember that. It tilts its head at you, Molly. You dare to consider yourself in a position to ask questions? Enough. I've seen enough. Let's make this quick. It rears back, slams its front legs down, and within seconds bolts towards you all, and rips through you as shadow. I need all of you to make wisdom saving throws. Loxi gets advantage. Rose gets disadvantage. Not magic. Did everyone roll? Wow, nice one. Dulad. Something cold grabs your heart. Teehee, rest of you brace for impact and nothing seems to happen. You turn and see it flee through the hole you all came down through. Everyone except Dulad make insight checks.
The duality of Zaz.
Which sorta.
Ziggy, you scared that wolf shitless, no wonder it's fleeing. Molly and Rose. You saw the way the shadow tilted as it left. It's not fleeing. It's going to timber hold. Now, before we continue, we're going to resolve Dulad's situation. Music on?
Yes.
Dulad, the shadow hit you. Your vision goes black. And you wake up. In the Elder's Kindling. First night here. Horrible nightmare. There was something about an exploding kitten in a coffin. And then all your party had the same nightmare. And it was terrifying. And then you all set out on this bizarre quest and found a walking chest and gained weird invisibility sporadically. And that giant shadow wolf. Scary shit. Horrible nightmare. You're awake now though. In the Elder's Kindling, all your party is asleep around you in sleeping bags. You hear a scraping sound. Something being dragged across wood in a room nearby. What do you do?
You said I'm awake. But I'm having an illusion? A dream?
You're awake. You had a dream. Think about it. 20 feet wolves? That was the nightmare. Your party is still back there. Thinking they're fighting a giant wolf. You're the only one awake.
I'm confused.
The scraping continues in the nearby room.
Investigate the scraping?
You open the doorway leading out from the guest space you were all sleeping in. And head through. You have dark vision, yeah?
Indeed.
You close the door behind you gently to avoid waking up the others. And see a standing mirror before you.
Here we go.
Large hallway. Just a mirror in the middle. Facing away from you. All you see is the back of the standing mirror. The room is cold and dark in the night. You still feel shaken by your nightmare. The smell of dust in the dark hallway. And all you see is that standing mirror facing away from you.
Wait. None of it real? I don't understand what's going on.
You're in a room with a standing mirror in front of you. What do you do?
And I see the back of that mirror, is what you said. Correct?
Can you explain what you're not understanding?
From the start. I don't understand how I.
Because I'm telling you what you see and waiting for you to ask. You woke up in your bedroll. You slept here session 1.
Which session did we fight the shadow?
I don't know why that matters. Session 2?
Oh.
Your first day here, you were given a bedroll here. You have woken up.
Mm-hmm.
It's the middle of the night. You heard a noise in the other room. You came to investigate it. I've told you what you've seen. I don't know what's confusing.
Okay.
So what do you do?
Need to investigate. I found a mirror. The mirror is not reflecting back at me. I see the behind. Right? That is where I'm at.
That's what I said, yes. I am just waiting for you to say what you do.
Is this room dark? What?
That's what he said, yes.
Dark vision succeeded with.
Without color, you see, yes.
Hmm. Can I? Hmm. Is it Is it a mirror that can rotate on an axis, or is this a fixated one?
Looks like it's movable. It's not rotatable, but it's not heavy looking either. You could easily spin it around. It's a standing mirror.
Okay. I want to move it. The ground.
Picture this.
Face down. Without reflecting back at me.
Interesting. So you're going to gently or forcefully push it down?
Gently.
You walk up behind it and hear a skittering Sue and D. Like something rushing across the wooden floor, barely letting its feet stay in place. And gently lower the mirror down, glass facing to the ground. Now what?
Can I peek in the room I came from? Take a look-see.
You go back and peek through the door. Your party is still all asleep. You see a footstep in the dust by the stairway.
Alright. Go check it out.
What do you do? You just walk up to the footstep and look at it?
Investigate the surroundings of this footstep.
Dusty staircase. That's about it.
Is it just the one print?
Yep.
Odd.
Looks very deliberately placed.
I...
A moment
Call.
passes.
Call out to my servant.
You call out for your mechanical friend. Nothing. You look around the room and at your bedroll. Nowhere to be seen. And you hear a sliding. From the room you just left. Of metal against wood.
Can I use abilities or spells? Whatever. What the fucking rituals?
You can try to do whatever you want.
Detect magic. It's a lot of time loss.
You try to cast detect magic. Nothing happens. You panic for a moment, your innate abilities feeling suppressed.
Things in my inventory. Those accessible.
Skittering sounds from the room with the mirror are heard again.
Uh, I want to take a peek at the mirror. I'm not going to fully turn it over.
Do you go into the room with the mirror again?
Correct.
As you enter, this time the door shuts behind you. And you hear a chink as it locks.
Wait, what? Oh.
You look out into the dark room. And see the mirror is standing back up. Still facing away.
Okay. I'm gonna do the same thing, but I'm gonna forcefully do it. Smack that shit on the ground.
You push it over with all your might, expecting to hear a shatter of glass. You instead hear a whisper, right next to your ear. Stop that. And the mirror lifts back up straight. Don't you want to see me? Don't you miss me? The whispers alternate from ear to ear. Between each syllable.
I'm gonna respond with no and then do the same thing.
The mirror stays down. We cared so much for one another. Ear to ear. You hear a slight sobbing sound. What do you do?
So it stayed on the ground. Face down. Okay. I want to do what I was usually doing. Pick it up, but not fully turn it over. Let's see if I can see what's on the other side.
Standing it back up?
No, more like rolling on its side.
So like instead of. It's more like.
Like as if you're rolling on your side.
But with the glass facing to the side? KK. And you're looking into the mirror?
Without making it directly face me.
So you want to avoid your reflection being in it.
Correct.
Roger. You take a peek. And see the wooden floorboards reflected in the mirror. You scan it for any detail. Any difference. Anything useful. The voice returns whispering in your ear. Mantras. My sweet, sweet mantras. My ray of sunshine. Each syllable still alternating. Chuckling at Ray. In the reflection of the mirror. You see an ivory white finger come into view. Attached to an ivory white hand. Skittering across the floor. As another appears, and its arms come into view. Think mannequin.
Ew.
But pure ivory white, with black ball-bearing style joints.
Episode 1 of Doctor Who.
Falls further in, a head and torso barely coming into frame. Am uncomfortable like this. Let me stand. Let me see you. What do you do?
I'm just saying. A hand isn't a finger than a hand.
Your hand touches the mirror. Unable to bypass. Because it's a mirror. The whispers giggle. So eager to meet me. So eager to hold me. Let me hold you, Mantras.
I want to drop it back down.
Face down?
Face down.
You turn it back down. The whispers go quiet for a moment. Until you hear sobbing. Is this the way it is? Is this how you want us to be? It does. Between the sobbing it says you'd know if you'd just see. Why don't you remember me? When he said you'd forget everything, I didn't think you'd forget me too. The sobbing continues. We spent so long together. So much together. I want to see you again. Still alternating airs with each syllable. What do you do?
Does that make sense?
You want to carry it to the door?
Yes. I'm gonna slide it to the door.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Figures.
You need to see. You have to see. What if this is what cures your amnesia? What if this is what'll make sense of this whole mess, of you being clueless with this party to begin with? You flip it over. The sobbing stops. There's no one in frame. Until the small white ivory fingers creep around the edges. And the figure pulls itself into view.
But of course.
It places a palm across the glass. Its black ball-bearing joints glossy in the reflection. You see this mannequin of you. It has your poncho, but white. It has a wig mimicking your hair with obvious tufts of stuffing. You see on its ivory white face 2 slits for a nose.
I have hair.
Black void-like sockets. And a carved smile in the face. Unopened. It asks. You remember me, right? It's me, Dulad. It holds its other hand out to you. Pressing against the glass. What do you do? I just told you silly and it giggles. It's me, Dulad. It cocks its head. Can I tell myself where I am? Sweetheart, I do not understand. It seems very confused by your very illogical question. It laughs. Are you feeling a bit dazed, sweetheart? Yes, you're a Dulad. Baby steps, at least you can remember your name, Mantris. It pushes its hands further against the glass. You can almost see pressure in the mirror. It cocks its head again. We are in the elders kindling, my sweet. Do you need a lie down? Here, come, let me embrace you. Its hands push further onto the glass. You can see it pressuring the frame. Questions, so many questions. Why won't you just listen? It keeps pushing. Its hands drop. I've had enough, Mantris. If you won't come to me, then. You watch as the mannequin leaps up. Out of view. You hear skittering above you. Away from the mirror. Looking up, you see the mannequin figure crawling across the ceiling. On all fours. when it's directly above you. Its head rotates on its glossy ball-bearing spot. Torso not moving with it.
Yeah.
And it looks directly at you. Its smile stretching wide. And drops. Hands rotating to grab you. Rose, Ziggy, Molly and Loxi. You watch as the wolf goes through you all, leaves the area. And Dulad drops to the ground next to you. 0 hit points.
Oh no.
Dulad, roll a death saving throw.
How do I do that?
Roll a 1d20. If it's below a 10, it's a fail. If it's above a 10, it's a succeed.
Yay.
You succeed. He's still at 0 hit points next to you, all unconscious. In 6 seconds he rolls again. Roll a death saving throw.
I rigged it.
That's a second succeed. In 6 seconds he rolls again.
Seems kind of sketch.
He's still unconscious next to you all. If anyone wants to help, you're able to LOL. You're kinda all just leaving him dying next to you.
Does it take a special
Roll a
ability
death
to...
saving throw. Anything. Any kind of help. A medicine check, a heal, just saying you want to help, anything works.
I want to help.
Roll a medicine check.
Gently, preferably.
You manage to keep him alive for another 6 seconds. Roll a death saving throw, Dulad. Ziggy, medicine check.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry.
Collectively you manage to stabilize him. He's unconscious but not dying. And with that, that's where we'll leave tonight.
Cool. Good game.
Make sure you're marked as 0 health Dulad.
I've had 3 saves. Right?
Yeah?
Okay, just marking that.
Don't need to, you're stabilized.
Mhm.
Once you're stabilized, death saves are reset.
Got you.
You're just unconscious until someone rolls high enough or heals you. But that's all for today.
Well, before we end this, how about renaming Pumpleton to Pumpleton, huh? Instead of just unknown object.
Huh?
I think in the combat tracker is what he's talking about.
Yeah. Can't you rename tokens? It's like we had.
I can't even see that little fucker, to be honest. Oh, there he is. I see him now. Sorry.
I can't give individual NPCs public names.
I see.
And Pumpleton counts as an NPC.
Facts.
He's already named it in the token list. He's just not to you lot.
I see.
Well, yay.
Hey. Good game today, everybody.
Glad we did D&D again, been too long.